Evening all. Fashionably late as always. I eat chocolate waffles for breakfast. Extremely unhealthy, but they taste nice. Yeah, I was out visiting family today, and they live about an hour and a half away. So of course, coming all the way back, I get stuck behind a car doing 30 and a 50 the entire way. It's like a pet peeve of mine. Yes, I do use ChatGPT. And Claude and whatever else AI is head of the pack at the precise moment in time. I think they're great research tools. There are so many science subjects that we touch on for the development of this game that it's nice to have what is essentially an expert in everything just on hand. So it's like, what's the equation for this? What's the formula for that? And, how does this science concept work? It's nice to be able to just, bang it into an AI and get an instant answer. Yeah, for sure. That's like the number one rule when using AI for research is like treat about 25% of it as just made up. So I always cross-reference everything. But yeah, whew, so here we are. I'm out of breath. I literally ran from the house to the office across the garden. I have my trusty Bethesda glass with some ice in it. I have my trusty Fanta. So I think we're all set for the stream. Hey Darren, welcome to the stream. Now I was going to make tea, but I didn't really have time, so I just grabbed Fanta instead. Okay, so as always, let's take a look at what I've been up to. So, when making the tutorial, one of the challenges is being able to update things in real time and update the data table with all of that data that the tutorial reads from. Chiefly of which is things like, if we go to like this little highlighter here, obviously this is the plane that you click on in order to select a button. Now in order to move that around and align it with each step in the tutorial, you have to physically grab the highlighter, move it about to where you want it to be, and also specify its scale as well, which is there. Now normally I'd have to do that on the data table itself, go in here, edit the details, save it, refresh it each time. There was a lot of back and forth between the data table and the actual tutorial blueprint. So what I've done is I've written a few helper functions to significantly speed up that process. So if I want the highlighter size to say be 200 wide, I just type it in there, click save, and it's now 200 wide. So I can literally just rescale things, move things around on the fly without having to do this constant back and forth into the data table to change all the information. And that also applies for things like the text and all the other various tick boxes and things we use for the tutorial, including selecting the audio file. So I can now edit everything I need to edit for any individual tutorial step directly here, you know, in the content, in the editor window, without having to, you know, find a tab, find where it is on here, and, you know, find the right entry and do all the editing that way. So just another little thing to help speed things up. So of course I spent time building that rather than actually filling out the tutorial steps, but now that that's done, I can proceed with getting all of that expanded and rewritten and a lot more detailed, just fleshing it out, making it deeper, and giving a lot more background information about, you know, the individual sensor arrays, what they're used for, and you know, why you're using each of these different modes. I think a lot of the confusion we've had is, you know, why are there 4 different sensor modes, and, you know, what are they each individually used for? You know, what is their point for existing? So I'm going to make sure that I cover that in the tutorial text so that it clearly explains, you know, why you use the long range versus the medium range, you know, what the use cases are for all those different sensor modes. That said, I won't do that on stream because writing the tutorial steps requires me to like sit there and think about it, and it's difficult to think and concentrate and come up with meaningful text when you're streaming. So instead, we will go and do some more modeling in engineering. Specifically, we shall sort out the balcony and steps in the cryo room because they're still quite misaligned right now. So if I just find the right bits and pieces, so we want the aft deck interior. Right, and that's all this stuff here. Thank you, Flurstick. Yeah, she's like Roz from Monsters, Inc. Always watching. No, Spud Gun, I can't. I have 4 things? What were the 4 things? There's probably a lot more than 4 things, to be fair. Okay, so our main issue here is because we've extended the space between decks, these stairs no longer line up with the base, so this all needs extending down. So I need to kind of smoothly bend this down without remodeling it. I don't want to have to remodel this, so hopefully I can get away with just moving it instead. I'm thinking if I make these paths here into groups or curves, as SketchUp calls them, it should actually bend them rather than move them. So let's give that a whirl. I'm assuming that's mirrored on that side yet. Good. Right, let's start from here. Yeah, there. Okay, and then before might not be as easy as I was hoping, especially as I can't select it now. Why can't I select it? What are you doing, SketchUp? Why can't I select that line? How weird. Okay. Alright, well, instead of doing that then, I shall use a flat distribution instead. That's probably an easier way of doing it. Yeah, that's basically what I want to do, but I want to do it in such a way that it doesn't look weird. I mean, I will bodge it as much as I can. That's been my directive from Claire. Bodge it where possible. You know what? I think SketchUp's being a bit weird. Let's just reopen it a minute. It's been open for days, so I think it's gone a bit weird on us. Yeah, the actual bugs we've got they're not too terrible. Most of it is just it's like a logic error or something's just not replicating where it should. I'd say most of the bugs were just things not replicating, and generally speaking, that should be easy to fix because you just find where it's not replicating and make it do so. Okay, this is really weird. So I added that vertical line there, and now I can't select it, I can't delete it, I can do nothing with it for some reason, which is very strange. And that's not a component, so hang on, let's pull that up there a minute. That's so weird. Yeah, it's almost exactly the same size as Voyager, to be honest. It's a little over 300 meters long. I've got most of the stuff turned off at the moment, but yeah, it's practically Voyager sized. So we can stretch that down like that. Yeah, and the problem we're going to have here is it's going to mess with some of this geometry, but let's see if we can do it just with that bit maybe. Took me a while to get the curve right on these stairs the first time I did it, so hopefully we can redo that without too much hassle. Yeah, so that is creating an issue there. I see what's going on, I think. Right, I think this is because this is a subdivided mesh and we're actually moving the subdivision. That would explain why that was going all weird on us. Let's try this again. That's a bit more like it. It's still not brilliant there, but the subdivision should clean that up for us. Although I might just lift that bit up a little bit. Just to smooth it off. And maybe move that over there slightly. Just again, just to smooth off those edges. Yeah, I actually went to great lengths with the door code to stop weird stuff happening, like being able to get stuck in the door or have the door close on your face and that sort of thing. The lift doors aren't using any of that code, so one of my to-dos is to go in and make sure I add that, but I'm not sure I'm going to have enough time before the demo. But that is something I need to do to finish the lift off. Basically, when it runs its timer to check whether or not it should close, it's checking for a player pawn, and if it finds one, then it refuses to close, essentially. This is going to see what I need to do with this is properly blend these pieces together. So where you've got these two edges that actually do softly make that corner there, this needs to blend into it smoothly. which it did do originally, but I'm going to have to kind of rebuild some of that mesh. Right, yes, that's it smoothed. Okay, so I think that will do for now. Again, we kind of have to bodge things a little bit just to get this demo update out, but that's on my to-do list for lining up and smoothing off properly. I might actually join those meshes together so that they subdivide together. Now the other thing we need doing is these supports are too small. Are they all the same? Yes, they are. So ideally we want the lower ones to be unique. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I needed to do actually. So on this side you can see where the support pole has geometry going around it. I needed to do the same on this side as well, just so that comes out around there. There were a few bits I needed to do in that room. It's, ironically, I ran out of time on the last demo when doing that. How easy that would be just to pop that in there. Let's have a look. So we want to take common direction across there. Should be easier to go this way, wouldn't it? So we go from there to there. That's our direction. We just need to line that up to that. So if I make that a group for now, so we don't have geometry intersecting with stuff. Line it up with there, then rotate it 90 degrees. That should now be perpendicular to that edge. Then we just need to line it up. Mirrored, yeah. That's good then. Do both sides at once. So the trick to this is not breaking the subdivision by doing things like, not breaking the quad geometry rather, by drawing lines through it. So in order for subdivision to work, you have to be working with quads. So if I do a line like that, that's no longer a quad because it's got 5 edges and that's got 3. So we want to avoid breaking quads, which means we need that geometry there to intersect with that geometry there. So I can do a quad across there. Let's copy this out of the way with all the rest of it in a minute. We can work on it in isolation then without getting ourselves all messed up. We don't need to worry about triangulation when it comes to the quads, because we can just, as long as it's a smooth edge, then we can just press, where is it, that button there, and it treats that as a quad then. Right, so we want to get rid of that, and that. And on this side, we want to get rid of that basically. Okay, we can merge that one. In fact, it's creating random geometry like that. It's actually a good thing because it means things are on the same plane. And coplanar is generally the best planar. Right, so now that we've got that, we need to make sure that we retain some quads through here. So that's a quad, that's a quad. That's a quad, that's a quad. It's lying into the quad. Oh, what's going on there? all quads. So that should all smooth off nicely. I probably struggled to make this one quads. What did I do there? I think triangles are unavoidable in that one. Generally, it doesn't matter if you've got a triangle face that's like on a flat face, so it's not on an edge or curve or anything. It's not going to mess up the subdivision. But it's good to keep it kind of away from the geometry you're protecting. Do. Just to get this one aligned a minute. Looks about right. I probably specifically measured that or something. Yeah, I did. So that was 20 there. Almost 20 there. Yeah, 20-ish there. Oh, lost the camera. What am I stuck in? And 22 on that side. That one's a little bit bigger, but we'll live with it. I think that's because we extended that edge over there. And that should still, however, be perpendicular to that. Ish. Yeah, it is. How far are we now? the same distance away? Oh, I see. Didn't move it far enough. So 2 would be about there. A bit more like it. Okay, so we can pop that one across there. This is probably one of the biggest challenges when you're dealing with subdivision modeling is, well, making decent geometry basically. And not putting yourself in awkward positions like this. Just wondering whether I can move that triangle somewhere less on an edge. But pretty much all we can do with it really, unless... Still on an edge. I was probably better off there, to be honest. That's how it looks. Yeah, it's not too bad, to be honest. It's not causing any issues. Just looking for any like creases or folds where we don't want them, where the normal's messed up. There's like a bit of weirdness there, to be fair. That needs fixing. Oh, hang on, too much geometry. Make sure we've got no odd stray vertices. In fact, let's do that. Why are you doing that? What if we triangulate? Oh, hang on, there's an extra face there, that's why. That would explain it. No, that wouldn't explain it. That would have explained it. Do we have any other extra faces here that... Oh yes, we do. That's better. Yeah. It's a joke I'm always making. You can thank Claire, she bought this for me. do the same over this side as well. This sounds like a job for cheating. do. So if it's red, it means there are more than 4 edges. Now there shouldn't be more than 4 edges on this one, although you can see that there's like a stray vertex there somewhere. So if we do that, we can merge those together. Green means there are exactly 4 edges, i.e. a perfect quad. And blue means that it's a triangle or a polygon. So when you're doing subdivision modeling, it's really best to work with quads, because what it does is simply subdivides those quads into smaller quads to increase mesh complexity. I think it uses the Catmull-Clark algorithm. I can't remember off the top of my head. So you've got situations like this where you've got an edge drawn through there which is creating all kinds of weird like n-gons and other shapes. So we want to make sure that we have perfect quad geometry wherever we can. Like there's something up with this edge, for example. So this is basically telling me that something about this shape, yeah, there, look, so you got a split edge here. So that's actually creating an extra edge, even though they're all, in a line. So if we just recreate that edge, we're back to quad geometry. A modeling professional, which I am most certainly not, but a modeling professional will definitely judge the quality of a modeling job on its use of geometry and how well that geometry has been made. They probably cringe at what I'm doing here, but I don't work with quad geometry very often. There's actually a lot of talent involved in making good geometry. There's a big difference between being able to model something and being able to model something properly. I definitely wouldn't call what I'm doing like properly, like industry standard properly. But I get by, that's the main thing. That works. No, I didn't. I did give myself hiccups though. I managed to down a KFC Zinger burger in all of about 5 minutes. Yep. Okay, so now that we have decent quad geometry, we can subdivide it like so, and that gives us nice smooth geometry. And that's the power of using subdivision. You can take what is a relatively basic bit of geometry, add a couple of subdivisions to it, and all of a sudden you've got this nice smooth, soft, silky, sexy geometry. at the cost of polygon count, because if you actually look at the polygon count on this, the fact it's taken ages to draw it tells you everything you need to know. There we go. So what is, you know, a completely flat edge, and this could be an n-gon. It's fully subdivided with a lot of extra polygons, you know, which is the downside of subdivision modeling. But when you're working with something like nanites, it no longer really matters. We are no longer restricted by polygon count. Right, okay, so that should extend fully to the ceiling, which is there. That should extend to there. So the next job is to space out these steps and maybe add an extra one, because what's the, what are we looking at here step height wise? So it's exactly 20. I try and do a fairly standard 20 up and 40 deep for the steps. It seems to be a nice sort of happy average. Yeah, so those are all 40 deep. Geometry hell. Let's get rid of some of them floor guides and things. Get rid of that template and that template. Ideally needs to be down there. So that's 20 there. Yeah, so in order to make these fit with the same number of steps, I'm going to have to increase the step height between them somewhat, unless I could maybe squeeze an extra one in, but probably not. Right, so if we go from the floor there up to the floor there. How many steps do we have at the moment? That's 1, 2, 3, well, I suppose we include that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Which is, I think we need to divide that by 16 to include the bottom. Maybe it is 15, because 16 doesn't seem a high enough step. Okay, so yeah, so 15 would be one step per gap. So that's, I just turn this into a measuring stick a minute. There's probably a much more efficient way of doing this, but me being me, I'll probably do it the most arse about face way possible to begin with. Right, let's make this a component a minute. Hey, Ian. Right, so if we take that to be our topmost step, then that one would correspond to there. Save this a minute in case it crashes. Yep, the last set of dodgy stairs. Right, so I'll copy it there, times 16, just to make sure we go all the way to the bottom. Right, so that one would go there. Would go there, so that should be a 23 step height. Just realised I'm messing up that geometry, so let's make all these groups a minute so that we're not messing them up. Oh, they are there. That's weird. I couldn't see them then. Right. You are now all grouped. Okay. Yeah, so this is how I do all stair measuring in the game to make sure that we have consistent step heights. Basically measure the distance from the top and the bottom and then divide it by however many steps there are. That generally gives us a pretty decent average step height. Okay, there we go. So that's them redistributed. And yeah, could be worse other than some nastiness there. I think we are mostly okay. Yeah, I think... Oh, get out of it, camera. I think if we were to do this just a little bit more precisely, we'd make sure that the side there was properly lined up with the edge of the steps. So you can see the actual support bit is going down at a steeper angle than the steps. So we could just fudge that a little bit, but I won't because it's going to mess up the curve. Unless, of course, hang on, let's just see. Because if we can make that corner just line up with the top of the step, how does that How does that fare? That doesn't look too out of place. And the question is, does that work with the rest of them? So, edge of that on there. Edge of that on there. Oh, slightly missed it. The closer we get to the bottom, the greater the distance we're having to move the stair geometry. But if this comes out smooth, then we know that we've got a consistent drop all the way down. Just need to make sure we just balance that a little bit there. Was already spot on pretty much. Yeah, that was only 1 mil off. And then obviously that one we won't do that too because it's part of this geometry here. So the only bit that looks weird, to be honest, is this bit. So let's just bring that bit down. Just to straighten it off a bit. And let's see how that subdivides. Yeah, not bad at all. I think we can live with that. Yeah, plenty of understair storage. Yeah, we draw the railing kind of across there. We'll have to stack some crates and things there. There's a bit of flavour. Oh, that's unhelpful. can come under another day fix, I think. Let's get rid of these guides. So the other thing that needs doing, of course, is these steps need turning into these steps so that they're sort of all nicely modelled and looking sexy. But for now, I'll just leave them as they were. I guess the only change I need to make on these actually is I need to get rid of the blue off of here, because these are going to have actual separate lights put in them now. So that's just a recess for a light rather than a light in its own right. Okay. Right, so let's work out which bits need going where. Where's my super light gone? Oh, hang on, this is my, no, it's my test map. That's not even the right level. Yeah, I wanted to make a sort of a consistent engineering style step, and I have tried to approach that with some consistency. Like if you look at these ones here, this is like the final subdivided version of it. So I thought this is kind of like the final form of the engineering steps. So they should all look like this. So it's similar to the B deck and the C deck steps, but just that much more angled kind of metallic design. See you, Hurricane. Have a good one. Right, so that bit is all at the right level already. Need to do the step there for entry. So we need that. So yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's the old place on the old hard drive. So grab a copy of the name, and then we shall export that in a new location. Before we do that, we need to subdivide the bits. Is it ring 1? Oh, it is ring 1, isn't it? So that would be Magellan, ring 1, G-deck, cryo-room floor. Oh, yeah. Many polys to export. Yes, Delta, they will. It's just I haven't got in there and sorted it out yet. And hello, Jim. Welcome to the stream. So I'm guessing that I made the stairs a separate object. I did. That's probably because they're part of the lighting circuit. Or are they? Oh no, they're not actually. Oh, okay. That's fine then. Okay, that's just the stairs. So ring 1, interior, cryo room, stairs, which are now further down. It's nice that despite the extra half a meter of height, we didn't need to increase the step height itself very much at all, so that's good. Has that exported the... Yeah, it did. We want the sub-D version, not the non-sub-D version. remember why they were so fiddly now. That's more like it. Okay, and now we just got our basic hole there just to put our light strip in. Okay, so we need to make sure we got nanite on, up the detail slightly, right, and then they're ready for their lights. Oh yeah, so collision wise, these had a custom collision mesh. Which was this one, so looks like that's a custom mesh. So is that a separate object? Yes, it is. Okay, so this will need updating to line up with the new ones as well. Actually, I'll do that in a minute because it's all these subdivided edges are tanking performance. So let's just re-import the other meshes and I can unsubd them. First things first, let's do this one. That should give us our extra edge bits there. Okay, that's good, not seeing any weird issues. Just thinking, really, those support poles should be on this level, not the one above. So I'm thinking I might actually just move them. Give them a top as well, just for good measure. It is tempting to make those stairs part of this mesh, to be honest. I think I will. Hey Archer. We've been joking actually for the past week or so that I really need to go and get a haircut. I still haven't got it done yet. I also lost the charger for my razor, so I'm like slowly growing a beard too. I haven't got time for grooming. There's game dev to be done. Yeah, the slow descent into madness is just like a natural consequence of being a game dev. Right, so we don't need those stairs anymore because we're going to use the ones from F-Deck. It is tempting. I would like to go full on Gandalf. I'd probably have to be Gandalf the White, to be honest, because I'm going completely white rather than grey. You know what? I've just remembered why I did the stairs as a separate object. Because they have a separate collision mesh, so I can't do those as part of the base geometry. Yeah, so as much as I'd like to make them part of the floor mesh, they actually do have to be their own object. Means I do actually need to subdivide this again, annoyingly. Although we can cap this off while we're here. Oops. These pillars, by the way, they're supposed to have white paneling wrapped around them, which is something I will get around to at some point. I did a test one, and they actually look really good with the white paneling around. I originally added these kind of hex pillars as a homage to the Enterprise refit because it has hex pillars in its engineering. Ah, details. Right, that will do as I reckon. What's that? That'll be the back face color is still using that error material. That's fine because we're not using it anyway. Right then, so that's that one done. So we don't need that. We do need to do that. Okay, at least everything is all on the same level again now, which is nice. This one needs to be re-imported with its poles. Okay, not seeing any issues. The next little nightmare is sorting out these splines. Hopefully, if we align to the world, hopefully this will be just a case of just gently raising them up. This is probably the biggest benefit of using a spline-based approach for these railings, is that they are easily moldable. Okay, going to do one at a time. Fine. That'll do, pig. It's going to be easier if I drag the whole lot up first, actually. Jesus, phone, why are you so loud? Apologies for my random phone notification being at several thousand decibels. To be honest, I would do. It's just that's effort. And yeah, I don't seem to have time for effort lately. Oh god, yeah. I've been dreaming game dev for quite a long time now. Which has its benefits, because I'll dream about a really cool feature and then wake up and think, ooh, yes, I must build that. Okay, so I would dare say we are done. Oh, that's happened before. I've dreamt that I've like finished one of the things I'm working on, and then I'll wake up and realize I still got to do it. I used to do the same thing with like college coursework and stuff. Or my usual one, actually, and this is really weird, I know, but like really quite often, like more often than is normal, I would dream that I had got up, got dressed, and driven to work, and just as I was arriving at the office, I would actually wake up in my bed and think, ah, crap, I'm still in bed. That used to happen all the time. Difficult to say. Ah, thanks, Aaron. I shall have a look. So I definitely need to make some proper rounded end versions of these lights. And I might need to make a couple of custom ones for this gap, because obviously the steps are curved and the light is straight. So apologies to Claire for doing her job for her. I'm sure she was itching to do this. This is going to get increasingly more weird looking, isn't it, with the curvature? Although it does technically curve less the further down we go. I'll leave it on as a placeholder just so we've got some stair lights. But yeah, obviously that is going to need doing properly with actual curved lighting frontages. I've popped on every now and again, AJ. It's looking good. I haven't had a chance to really go through it and comment on anything or make any adjustments, but I will do. It's nice actually that you guys are basically setting up like the structure of everything, so I can go in and just add detail and flesh things out of it, where any information is lacking. I'll leave that one at 400. It's starting to get silly otherwise. I think we'll stick a whip sticker on that so that it's obvious that that's not what it's supposed to look like. Sure, I can find one in here. Yep, there's one. Now there can be no doubt that that's not supposed to look like that. Right, you're lined up, and so are you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Okay. There is one that says delivery on Tuesday. That was Claire being naughty. It's funny because I said there are absolutely no Star Trek references in the game whatsoever, and then Claire adds one. Okay. Yeah, nods we can do. Okay. Well, to be perfectly honest with you, that didn't take as long as I thought it would. So that's a good thing. Sure. So if anyone wants to help with the wiki, we now have a StarSim wiki creation channel on our Discord, where people are discussing and working on the wiki. And that is the link to it. Oh yeah. I'll have a look and see if I can see what that is with the web host. But it's not like we're taking credit card information, so it doesn't really need it. These lights sorted. Obviously, lights are not final. Yeah, it's the reason I made them round is a stupid one. Is because, like, when I'm lining lights up, you can see whether, like with the rectangle that's around it there, I have to kind of line that up so it's aligned with the curve, which is time consuming. But if I just make the light round, then that's no longer an issue. It doesn't need to line up with anything. Where's the lights? There they are. Just making sure these ones are where they should be, which they do seem to be. Yeah. I wasn't actually expecting it, and this like surprised me completely. But if we go to EDEC and indeed DDEC, like, look at them all. Class put lights in everywhere. It's like the entirety of all of the whip areas all have lights now. Even all the different crew quarters, she's put lights in all of them. Like some kind of an insane person. for which we are grateful, because now we can see. Yeah, so the cryo room, it needs its pump hardware making, because we don't have the pump hardware yet. So that's going to be here and here. We need like a manifold to join these two tanks together, so that needs doing. So we'll probably build that into the pump on this side. So there'll be two pumps here, and then like a dual pump on this side with two actual physical pumps connected to a single screen. And then like all the pipe work still needs to be done. Some of these floor panels need changing to be see-through, so you can see the pipes running underneath the floors. Yeah, and other than that, really just polishing and you know, detail passes just to make it look prettier. But yeah, most of the infrastructure is done, so we're not going to need any more of that. You know, the only real purpose of this room is to store the cryogenic fluids used by the reactor and to pump them both to and from the reactor. That's it. That's its job. Nothing more than that is needed. Exactly, Frestus. Yeah. So these two tanks here are essentially one giant tank, but treated as separate tanks because, yeah, I guess in universe, the UN obviously had those tanks supplied. Those are the tanks that are available. So rather than making a proprietary giant tank, it uses two separate tanks. It's just a nice bit of kind of, you know, real world engineering problems kind of rolling its way into the game. When you have tanks of a standard size, if you need more fluid, you need more, you know, you use more tanks rather than making one big tank. Yeah, things like fire suppression, yeah, detection hardware for that sort of thing. So like running around the corridors, that's probably a bad example because that's the old ceiling style. If we look at the new ceilings, so the new ceilings are a lot more detailed. They've got things like brackets and bolts and wires. I always point out the wire because nobody knows it's there because you can't see it, it's black. But the new panels have a lot more detail to them. But something else we want to do with the ceiling panels is add things like you know, simple things like fire alarms, detectors, speakers for the ship's announcements, that sort of thing. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff which needs to go onto the ceiling panels just to add detail. So they won't be just, you know, big expanses of white lighting. There'll actually be some detail there as well. Having things like, you know, like a speaker grill in the side of it and that sort of stuff. One of the things I liked about the Orville is that if you look all around the Orville sets, they've actually got you know, fire, like gas, smoke detectors on the ceilings, and of course they've sprayed them all silver and made them look like part of the ship. But I like the fact, just from an engineering perspective, there are smoke detectors, you know, all over the ceilings, and you know, we need the same thing here, just standard smoke detectors. You know, it's a perfectly good technology and we can use it on the ship. Exactly, Andrew. Yeah, so every few panels will have a specialty panel, probably in places like this. So, you know, like where we've got like a wall panel here, we'll probably have like speakers either side, so you'll have like a little grill for the speaker. just to sell the fact that the sound does come from somewhere. But similar to that, where we have maybe a specialty panel like this one, we can build some bits and pieces into it. Okay, so so we need to do the collisions for that now. Let's just get rid of some of this subdivision so that we're not lagging like crazy. Let's move that out of the way a minute. They're still subdivided as well. That's more like it. Should have started with the bottom one really, and then I'm not going to get geometry mixed up with itself. Okay. Crying room, stairs, collision. Okay, that should be that done. I suppose annoyingly I need to rebuild the nav mesh now, so let's just turn on a bunch of levels. This is one of the drawbacks of having like all the things on all the levels. With a ship this size with so many levels in layers, Every time you want to rebuild the nav mesh, you need to kind of reload everything. So walls and walls, walls and walls. And of course, for some things we need the sheet metal as well. Otherwise we won't have any collisions where there is no floor. So sheet, walls and walls. That one, and that one. Then that one. Don't need the ceilings. All the NPCs. All the snap guides. So that should be everything we need to do the pathing. Right, let's see. Okay, weird. Why is it doing it up there? So I think this is related to the collision issue we had last time with the other stairs, in that because we're using custom collisions, it kind of forgets, or it uses the old collision mesh, because obviously we have moved the ship down by splitting up all the decks a little bit more. So the fact that it thinks the collisions are still up there is probably exactly 2.5 meters away, which is the distance which we moved everything. So it thinks that these collisions are way above where the actual stairs are. So if we grab that. Hang on. Where are we pulling that file from? Oh no, it's definitely the right file. So where is it putting them? Okay, yeah, so it's putting them in the right place. Yeah, for sure. Why wouldn't it have its own page? Yeah, technically, Dad, all NPC names should be removable. I suppose we could add more granular control to that, so that crew names are treated separately than like animals and fauna and that sort of thing. So let's remove the collisions a minute. I have a working theory with this. Let's see whether that's the case. Okay, so that puts them back. And if I now put that back in again, okay, so now we have our collisions back. Where is it going to put the pathing? Yeah, so it seems to be the case that if you update the collision mesh, then it won't update on the mesh that's using it. So you need to remove the complex collision mesh and re-add it again, which is interesting. It's that sort of thing that drives you mad as a developer, because it's weird behavior that you wouldn't expect. Right, so now that apparently has the correct collisions. Oh yeah, it needs a door. Can't remember who said make a door, but yeah, you're right, I need to make a door. Let's give that a try a minute, make sure that you can actually walk up and down them. I'm assuming it's an Unreal bug, yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, I'll have a look at that data. The names are not showing up properly at the moment anyway. So while I'm in there tweaking them, I'll see if I can add a distinction between crew and pets. Huzzah! Oh yeah, so those panels need changing as well so that they can be seen from GDEC, because obviously the optimization is hiding them. And those ones. Yeah, it's hiding the panels and the lights. Too. That's good though. We have working stair traversal. Yes, they will have, Andrew. The reason we don't have ramp collisions right now is because the foot IK will collide with the ramp, and you'll have feet hovering above the stairs. To be honest, I don't know what's the lesser of two evils at this point, but we'll do it so that when it's calculating the foot IK, it does it using a different collision channel to the actual capsule component, which means we'll have smooth traversal of stairs, but the feet will still step on the steps as you would expect them to. That'll be part of rebuilding the character system, which is sorely needed. Great, okay, so all good there then. Why are you on F deck? Right, so here's some panels I prepared earlier, because we needed the blank panel, the window panel, and the door panel. So I've separated those out ready for the cutting of the holes. Hey Erix, how you doing? Basically we fixed the stairs in the cryo room, so they now extend all the way down to where they want to go. So, job done. With some whip lighting. Actually, do we have the right cable on these? Just another thing that's worth checking. No, we don't, because this is the forward section. And they're set to E and F, which is no good. They need to be F and G. So F deck, G deck, and the supply cable is not that. I suppose it's on the G deck electrical circuit. Let's just make sure we have the right cable name. The reactor room stairs have actually been done. So that should be all of the stairs done. So they got the right electrical cable, they got the right depth separation set up. Right, so these ones need setting up. So yes, not E and F, that should be F and G. F and G. Joys of copy paste. Right, so from here we can see to about that one. Yeah, so that one need to be F and G. And let's see what that side is. It not there yet? Same with these. So that should be F and G. set. Okay, and these ones need to be set. So that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. F and G. That should stop things disappearing as you walk up and down the stairs. Yes, CSI tonight. Well, technically tomorrow because it'll be after midnight, but yeah. Post stream, there will be a dev build. Not a problem. Did I keep the door template? Oh, that looks like it might be one. How wide is this one? Why is it 151 and not 150? We're having a lot of camera fights tonight. Stop it, camera. 150. Okay, so that is 10 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Yeah, I feel your hollow. It's a nightmare, especially when you've got like skinned walls that have multiple layers, because you end up like the camera's just like stuck inside like that, and you're like, ah, let the camera go. I have tried with an unlocked scroll wheel, and I can't handle it. It's too much for me. Unlocked mouse wheel is just far too hardcore. Yeah, good luck first. Just hope that goes smoothly for you. Right, so if I set this up as a template and then endeavour to not lose it, then that will be available to us every time we need one. So 77.5, 77.5, 0 to the middle, which means it's perfectly aligned. We've got the Z fighting all the way around, which means it's also perfectly aligned. Right, and then I'm going to take a copy of that, put it over there and not use it. So that should remain useful to us. And then this one, take a copy of that, pop it over here. Checking properly aligned. The axes directions are all right colours. So that should be perfectly where it needs to be. I will extrude that out a little bit just to satisfy myself more than anything else. Right, so that needs to be unique. I can plonk that in there. If we take, make sure that's not a component. Yes, it is. Of course, it is. Okay, I have to take that. That's in the right layer so I don't lose it. Right, so that and that, copy them, delete everything else, paste them back, 260, 260. Okay. Right, need to remember the layer sizes now, so what were they? Can't remember. Alright, can't see a thing with a template in the way. So 7.5 to there. And another 7.5 to there. So just remembered I also need 0.5 difference there because we need to cut out the door track, so we need that 0.5 difference there. So 7.5, 7.5, 10, 7.5, 7.5. That should be what we need. Okay, so 7.5. Hang on. Yeah, that's right. Just make sure I got the layers the right way around. So we got, right, so that would be 5 to there, and 5 to there, and then 5 to there, and 5 to there, which leaves us with a gap in the middle of 10, hopefully. No, 15. Why is it 15? Of course, because these have width too, don't they? So that's the thing when you don't do something for a while, or at least I find if I don't do something for a while, I kind of forget what I was doing with it. Just things like, you know, how wide I made a gap or whatever. Right, that's more like it. So that's now 10 across there. So we've got 2.5 outer edge, we've got a gap of 5, 5, 2.5. Door thing goes in there. That should be it, hopefully. So if we explode that, intersect everything with itself, then we can get rid of these bits. Move that up out of the way so we can work on it more cleanly. Right, get rid of that, that, all that. Okay. Why did that delete that edge? That's what I get. Right, now I need to just remember which bits I need to delete. So we need to delete that face and that face. That face and that face. That face and that face. Actually, no, not that one, because that's our join in the middle. Okay, that's needs to be reversed. Then we get rid of that and that. Perhaps I didn't get rid of that one. Yeah, that makes more sense. Should be all the layers. Have a good one, CSI. Right, so we've still got the joining gap there, so that should be 7.5 to there and there, which it is. And the same here, 7.5 to there and there, which it is. So if we do that, means we don't need that face there. Or that face there. Actually, no, sorry, not that one, that one. Right, okay, let's starting to look like a door frame. Have to fix that face manually. Lots of weird geometry issues with this one. What's going on? I see. It's done some weird stuff when it did the intersect. That's why all this geometry is going all inconvenient with us. Okay, hang on. Let's redo that intersect a minute. See if we can clean some of that up. Actually, before we do the intersect, if we remove some of this kind of unneeded geometry, it might make our lives a bit easier. Less for SketchUp to complain about, basically. much cleaner. Oh, I see. Yeah, and see that one didn't quite intersect properly. Which is why when we select that face, it's selecting all three, because wherever the intersect point is, isn't intersecting. But where? Where is it not intersecting? That is the question. That one's all right. That one's not. Although, that said, I don't think we need that face anyway. So we should be all right. That's going to need reversing. Okay, I think we're there now. Can't see any other weird issues. Okay, so now we just need to separate that bit and that bit. Make sure I've got all the different edges. Okay, then we can make them a group. Okay, so we should be able to start chiseling off some of these edges now. Gee, I think I did 1.25 on there, didn't I? Same on this side, make sure we got no errors. Okay. So far, so good. So the question is, did we manage to do all of that without anything corrupting? Looks like we got away with it. Oh, lost it. Where'd it go? Okay, so now we just need to do the inside bit. So thicken that bit there. Do that bit there. See you, Airix. Have a good one. We'll be here, plugging away at it, as we always are. Okay, so there is our completed door track. So now we just need to cut a hole in it. Starting to enter the numb bum zone. Hey, Zockbox and Randy, how you doing? I'm still not happy with having 5 segments across this run here. It's making for very, very wide windows, which are not the kind of scale and shape of all the other ones. I'm going to have to do something about that at some point. Thank you. Yeah, numb bum starts setting in about 3 hours after streaming. What's this one? So that's F-deck frame walls forward. Let's just export that a sec. Ring 1, frame deck. F-deck forward walls. Where are you? Do we not have F-deck forward wall already? Surely we do. That's the aft walls. Oh, I see. It's not strictly for the forward section. It's also used at the edges. That will be why it doesn't have forward in the name. So that's just F-deck walls. I am aware of the existence of Space Engineers, yes. I have played it and I have enjoyed it. It's got some pretty impressive physics, actually. And what frustrated me with Space Engineers is that, like, the first thing I tried to do was build the Enterprise refit, and I ran into that problem where if you're building something and then you kind of break one block between two things, like the other half just goes floating off into space, and I couldn't find a way of reattaching it. Yeah, like you accidentally chop off on a cell and you ain't getting it back. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I haven't played it in a long time. To be honest, I haven't played much in a very long time these days. Too busy working. Although me and Claire have been playing Orcs Must Die. Death Trap, I think it is. Can't remember now. Is it Death Trap? The new one, anyway. It's good fun. Can't quite see the lighting highlights on that. Let me just turn that off. It's better. Get some reflections on there. Yeah, I definitely love the way we're picking up the specular on these edges. Right, okay, one door hole. But yeah, so I keep going on about it, and I'm going to continue to keep going on about it. Having only 5 segments here is really not great for these outer walls because they're just such huge panels, really kind of unrealistically huge, and yeah, to the point where I'm struggling to work with them. So I may have to reduce that to 6 segments rather than 5. But if I do that, then this door can no longer be in the middle, which means the entrance to engineering is going to have to be like here or here, which isn't the end of the world, but it makes it off center, and I'm very much into symmetry, so having something off center just kind of grates. The only other thing to do would be to make it 7 segments, but then this side is great with 7 segments, but then the inside bit is then too narrow, and there isn't enough room to fit a door panel on there, just to be awkward. But yeah, I will continue to whinge about that until I find a solution. Okay, so I'm not going to cut the panel for that yet because I'm not convinced I'm keeping it this wide, so I'm going to leave that for a minute. Yeah, the same applies for this section, so that's why I've not done this bit yet, because I'm still undecided on it. And the other thing I need to do, which Claire keeps moaning about, is these gaps behind here. Okay, so that needs redoing. Which means I also need to do the cut there so that it joins up. Okay, let's have a look at that one a minute. Yeah, it's not quite that simple, Anassi, because when the ship was first built, so when we first went down this route, the inner edge and the outer edge had different numbers of panels. So I simply divided that edge by whatever number was needed to get the closest to 2.5 meters per panel, which was brilliant. It means we always had roughly 2.5 meter panels on both sides. But we then went down the road of needing perfectly segmented corridors, like this. So you've got like the floor panels the same as the walls, the same as the ceiling, etc., etc., so that we can then do things like fire spread, oxygen spread, air pressure, temperature, and all that stuff we want to do aboard the ship. Is all much easier if it's all split into logical segments. And that works everywhere except here. This is the only place on the ship it doesn't actually work. Like even on D and E deck it works fine because you've got two crew quarters with doors in the middle, so you can have 6 segments, and it works perfectly. It's not too bad. It's just this one in engineering with the 5 segments. That's where it's causing us grief. So I think the solution that I have no choice really to implement is really to put a bulkhead in the middle. It's crying out for one anyway, because every other section has bulkheads. This ring 1 corridor is the only one that doesn't have bulkheads. So putting a bulkhead in the middle forces this to be an odd number of panels. But we can then either go with an odd number each side, because that would be 3 panels then. That's probably the way of doing it, but again, it means that that one's too small. And the other thing I could do is not even have a corridor here. So because this is the engineering control room, or will be the engineering control room, we don't necessarily need a corridor between the engineering control room and the reactor room. So these two sections here could actually physically join up. So the reactor room is actually just an offshoot of the engineering control room, and the only way then into the reactor room is through the control room. So you would have to enter the control room from the other side, and if you want to get to the reactor, you actually have to go through there, which makes sense and on some levels. I won't do that for the demo, obviously, because that's a lot of work, but that's something that I might think about in the future. And the other way I could do it is just make this more of a proprietary corridor. So maybe this side does have odd panels down one wall. So we'll keep all these segments here the same. So the ceiling panels, the floor, and the walls will have the 5 segments, and then just have an odd number of segments here. That could be one way around it. True, Jonathan, true. But then we get to have like one of them vertical, like Geordie doors that Geordie can roll under. Geordie door, is that the technical term for them? Yes, sort of, Andrew. It's more the case that fusion reactors are actually really loud, and very, very highly magnetic. So really, you want to keep them in a separate shielded space, ideally. So having them separate, in an ideal world, is better. But it doesn't necessarily need to be open all the way through. There can be a door, or like even better than the door, an airlock. Claire's around. I think she's killing orcs at the moment, but she's around. Yeah. But yeah, I will continue to stress about that. So why don't we fix these bits? Because these bits we can sort out. We need a couple of windows in there. We need to do a bulkhead there, door there, and door there. So we can sort those bits out at the very least. I think this one's going to need a couple of, that's going to need split panels either side, just to make sure we're not having a super wide panel. Yeah, exactly. Around to it. I guess we'll just work our way down. Start with a bulkhead and move forwards. Although it is coming up to 3:30. No, 3.5 hours is what I'm trying to say. You can tell I'm getting tired. I'm starting to lose the ability to make coherent sentences. Right, so what have we got by way of wall panels here? We've got that one there, which is the blank one. Can't really... No, actually we could work with that for the window. But we do need to make windows here, so... yeah, let's do that. Let's make us some windows. The door's already in the right place. Although it doesn't look like that's been finished. also looks too big. Hang on, how wide is that? Yeah, it is. It's quite a logical layout once you get the hang of it. Park that there for now because that's going to need doing properly, but we've already done one of them on the stream, so I won't do another one. Instead, let's go ahead and do us some windows. Now, do I have any on C deck I can steal? Because that would be beneficial, wouldn't it? I bet we do. C deck, C deck, C deck. There we go. By Jove, we do. What's that? 1050. Looks like that fits. Z fighting is always a good sign. Right, so if we get rid of that and that and that and that and that, whack that in there. Template turned back on so I know what I'm doing with it. That one. Yeah, it's efficiency in the design and build process is something that's been kind of an ongoing pursuit, because like when I first started, although I did make an effort to make things reusable, I didn't do as good a job at making things reusable. But now, especially with everything being made of set segments, we can make sure that even though we're working with completely different geometry in terms of engineering versus CDEC, the actual segment sizes are completely consistent. Probably right down to those doors, actually. So, yeah, because we had... Where are we on CDEC? Too many layers. Yeah, because if these doors are 150, then we can use these as well. Although, I'm hazarding a guess that... Oh no, they are right. So they looked a bit too wide, but I think they are correct. That needs fixing. They shouldn't be like that underneath, but not to worry. Yeah, same size doors, so like I don't need to go through the effort of making a new door frame for that, because there's already one on CDEC which is the same size, which is good. but I can tell you that the next ship I work on is not going to have curved corridors. At least not in this sense. Having these ever increasing curves means that every single one needs unique geometry, and I won't be doing that again. So the next ship I build will be a lot more modular. Okay, so that's our plain one, so let's go ahead and make a window version of that. Okay, so I'm hoping I can just punch a window frame through there without an excessive amount of having to edit the mesh. Do I have a window frame handy? No, but not to worry, because this should be easy enough. Just grab a copy of that, get rid of that, pop that back in there. Right, so there's our cutting hole. Right, so we need, so if that's the size of the window, come down 1.5 so that we're clearing that edge there. Hang on, let me check this, see how much beyond that I went. Let's look at the C deck one for an example. Trying to keep all of the little details as consistent as possible. So, like when it comes to doing like the gap around a window frame, I'm gonna make sure it's consistent with the ones on C deck. Not that I can find any. Ah, there's some over there. Yeah, so this little rubber bit here, which needs rounding off actually. Frame walls, there we go. Oh, okay, so I did. So basically I've lined this up to the edge of that chamfer, like literally on the line of it. So when it comes to this one, I shall do the same. If I can find it. Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, so we've got this chamfer here. That needs to come down the same distance, which was 1.5 if I recall. Oh, hang on, I forgot I didn't have that on. There we go, let's try again. Right, then get rid of that one. So now we're aligned to the edge of the chamfer, the same as C deck. Yeah, this is really simple geometry, to be honest, because we don't have all like the wooden bits like we do on Sea Deck. So we don't have quite the same amount of cutting edges that are needed. So that's the main hole, and that'll have a 5 centimeter bevel around it. And then we need I guess a 4 centimeter edge to that. I think that's 4 from there. 4, yeah. So if we pull that out 4 centimeters, and then a further 0.5, because it's got the rubber backing on it. So that should be our cutting edges, or our intersection planes, to use perhaps the more appropriate term. These separate actually, so we want that face and that face. Pop them on there. Where to start when designing a spacecraft? That's a really good question. I think where I'm going to start next time on the next ship I build, I think that the first thing you need to do is look at the mission profile. Like, what is this ship supposed to be doing? Because that can tell you a lot about what the design needs to include. Have a look at what kind of crew complement you're going to need for that vessel. So the mission profile is kind of going to tell you what kind of crew complement you're going to need, and then have a look at the hardware that ship's going to need to run, not just for the physical operation of the vessel itself, but also the support of the crew. So mission profile, crew complement, what's needed to support that crew complement, and also what's needed to support the mission profile. So there's lots of kind of requirements that go into the design document when designing a vessel to fill a particular need. And then when it comes to the actual physical design of the ship, I would start with engineering systems first. And again, on my next ship, I will be doing that. So I would build the engines, build the power units, build all of the physical hardware that actually runs the ship. And once that's done, build the interior around it. So like where the crew quarters are, where the command and control goes, where the engineering spaces are. I would build all of that around the existing hardware that I've already built, so that I'm not having to try and fit in ship hardware around rooms, which is kind of the way I'm doing it now. It's just kind of like ass about face. You need to do it the other way around. You need to think about hardware first, and then think about crew spaces around that hardware. But yeah, I think that's how I intend to approach the next ship I design. Yeah, you're right, Andrew. If the Magellan is definitely unique, and I wanted it to be unique and different to what else was out there. Trying to make it, as distinct as I can. Yeah, exactly, AJ. I think for me that's what I will find, the most interesting when designing the next vessel is building that hardware and then working out the rest afterwards. So, having to work out, right, so, the main power conduit is running this way, and all the power supply for the engines is running that way. How do we fit rooms around that? So, you've got the superstructure already done for supporting the hardware. Now you have to fit rooms in. Now you have to fit in all the crew spaces. And the cool thing about doing it that way is you won't just have bog standard boring rectangular rooms. All the rooms will be interesting shapes because they're wrapping around actual physical ship hardware as it would be in the real world. And for me that just makes for a much nicer, more realistic design. Yeah, that's a good point, Kaji. It's I like the idea that the Magellan class isn't necessarily built from the ground up because it's an experimental vessel. It's been built, on an existing chassis, trying to cut corners and save costs to prove a concept. And then when we build the Pathfinder class, obviously that's going to be built from the ground up for a specific purpose. Whereas the Magellan class is just, is this viable? Can a ship support a crew in deep space? Is exploring the galaxy in this way feasible? So yeah, it's nice that it's a bit clunky. It's a bit, there are some poor design choices, and it's got a bit of character in that regard. Yeah, we haven't quite nailed the lore yet, so we haven't really decided exactly what the Magellan is built on. But I do like the idea that with it being purely an experimental class vessel, that an existing chassis was used at least as a base to build on. So the idea I was thinking was that there was a a sublight version of that chassis, which is a science platform for the Sol system. So it spends its time just cruising around just the one star system, doing research, maybe in the outer edges, without an FTL ring. So what they did is basically stuck a honkering great FTL ring on an existing vessel, which is why it looks a little bit out of place, a little bit clunky. It kind of obscures the view from the bridge somewhat. It's just, all those things that don't quite make sense on the vessel are because it's a retrofit. It's an experimental platform. So all these little design issues can be explained away by the fact that it was, something that's been cobbled together. Obviously, it was a major overhaul. A whole new power plant, whole new engines. The inclusion of an FTL ring. It's a major refit of an existing chassis, but it's still ultimately an existing chassis that was used. Which does, of course, mean we need some of those old ones around. So that'll be interesting to build a non-FTL version of the Magellan as a much older ship. Yeah, same, because the reason why I split the decks and made them all taller is because the ship was incredibly flat once you put the ring around it. So we really needed to fatten the hull to make it look not quite so stupid, in relation to the ring. And it gave us more room to fit utilities, but yeah, it was far too thin. And if you think about Voyager is quite domed. It's quite a chunky ship. So although from the top they have a similar shape, from the side, Voyager is a very, very tall vessel. And we're 4 or 5 decks thick, in the middle. It's crazy. So again, you've got that design mismatch perhaps with having the giant ring around it. Yeah. But of course, yeah, so by having a vessel of that nature predating the Magellan, then we need to build that vessel and the lore for it as well. But it's nice. I like that, the ultimate hero ship, so that the Pathfinder class is going to be the hero ship, the exploration platform that gets all the news headlines. But I like that it's got a design lineage behind it. So it's got the Magellan class there as the thing that birthed it. And then prior to that, whatever came before that as well. Yeah. I think that covers all bases needed, so let's try and See what we get with this. Okay, that should be done. Nice and straightforward. And then we'll just round off that edge there. Just to help sell the fact that that's like a rubber seal. Also helps capture a bit of light with it being rounded. Okay, nice. And then just do the same on that edge there. Just round that off a little bit. Perfect. Again, one of the design choices with these panels, with windows and door frames, is to leave some of the ship's structural framework exposed. So, you're literally seeing the bare metal, where the windows are. I think that kind of helps, sell the fact that this has been designed properly from CAD, that it is a physical vessel. Right, and so this would be ring 2 wall panels, and that would be F deck or outer window frame. Ring 2 F deck wall outer window frame. Yep. Okay, so we need to export. I've got the right ones here, so we've got that one, so that's just ring 2 framework. So F deck ring 2 framework walls. Yeah, I definitely wanted the Magellan class to have a sister ship, so they built 2. So when you launch and first begin the mission, I really want you to be parked next to another one of the same class, which is under construction. So you can see immediately looking out the window what it looks like when it's being built. So it'll just be bare framework and very little in the way of rooms or paneling or anything. Very early construction, but I like the idea that obviously as an experimental vessel, build one for redundancy, build an extra one rather, in case one goes all splody, you've got a spare. Yeah, it'd be nice to have that as an active construction zone as well. So, having little work bee type things, moving components around, maybe people in suits out there welding stuff. That could look very, very cool. Yeah, definitely. Like, one of the things I wanted to do for the demo was at the nose of the ship, and maybe the aft section as well, just have it as bare framework. I didn't get all the structural ribbing done in time, because that would look really cool. Just literally like a spider web of metalwork all around the front, just to say, right, you know, this bit's being built. But yeah, we didn't quite get that much detail into it, sadly. What with time being against us and all. Right, let's get our light back on and get rid of some of these levels. But it invalidates the pathing again, just to be annoying. Okay, so that's that one. Now with windows. Okay, and then we need to just update the normals, make sure they're all nice and smooth. Okay, so basically we need to replace the mesh on these panels with the window version. And the nice thing about this is because these are consistent segments, things like the labels and things won't change. So we can just do a straight swap there, which is nice. Right, so ring to all panels, F deck outer window frame, get that imported. Okay, looks like everything is where it should be. So then technically all I have to do now is just do that. And then we have a window frame, leaving the wall panel number intact. I'll take that opportunity just to smooth off our normals. Not that that one really needed it, to be fair, but good to do it anyway. Oh yeah, forgot we had bits on the inside. Right, so all we need to do now is just select those ones and do that. I do still wonder whether those windows are a bit on the wide side, but I'm just nitpicking at that point. Yeah, definitely, Firster. So my idea for the tutorial missions is to make the tutorial like a little mini campaign. So you start off as a new recruit, learning the absolute basics of moving around and interacting with UI panels and things, and then you go through maybe some basic training of some of the principles of the game and some of the core concepts that we want to get the player involved in. And then you have that really cool moment where you board a shuttle and it takes you up to, a Magellan class, parked up against the station somewhere. And then you have that moment of boarding the ship, and then the tutorial continues on the ship itself. So when it comes to doing the scanning and the navigation of the ship, you've already come up on a shuttle to reach that point. So the certification process of getting your license for serving aboard a space vessel, you actually go through a little mini campaign to get there. I think that would be like all kinds of epic. So I definitely want to do that. So for this corner piece here, obviously I've extended the window all the way along, which does cause some issues in here. But I think what I might do is have that window frame curve at the edge and terminate there, so that basically becomes the window frame, and that would solve that internally. Not too bad. Yes, there will be a build tonight. In fact, there'll be a build now because it's 4 hours since we've started streaming, so that is a good place to call it. I will double check that we have paths. We do seem to. The NPC pathing's been an absolute nightmare. Case in point, these stairs here. So we fixed that on the last stream, and it seems to have gone back to being dodgy again. Just have to investigate further. And make sure these ones are definitely there still. Yeah, that's still good. Don't think it's very happy with that doorway though. Still, the NPCs should at least be able to get around. That's the main thing. Including on B deck. Oh yeah, there was one thing that we had a few requests for actually, which was to remove that floor panel from the Roomba's pathing because it keeps getting stuck in the security desk. So if we take that floor panel there, untick grunge over time and take it off of B deck, and that will no longer be a target now for the Roomba. So it shouldn't go in there and get stuck, hopefully. The little arrows are nav links, so where you've got a bit of navigable terrain which is like not connected to the main navigable area, it generates nav links to just join those bits together. So like if a character can jump, it will be able to jump to there. We have no one that can jump right now, but like the tables. So technically we could make it so the cat can jump on the table because we've got the nav links as such. Or the pool table. Could be interesting. Yeah, one to look at for the future. Yeah, me too, actually. It'd be nice, not just Jonesy, but the chicken as well. Imagine just sat there, the chicken just hops up on the desk in front of you. Having owned chickens and having had those chickens come in the house, I can tell you that they get over everything. And, you know, there's been more than one occasion I've had a chicken on my keyboard. They just hop up onto stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Cluck's still there. She's still around. Starts back here somewhere, but yeah, she's still about. Thank you, Delta. Very much appreciated. Right, let's do a quick save all again. Let's get rid of some of these tabs because we don't want nothing getting messed up. Keep the tutorial stuff open because I'll be doing that later tonight. Okay. We are on build 90. This has been a long patch cycle. 90 builds. It's mental. As I've said before, we will not be doing massive patches like this again. No, no, no. Let's just clear the log. And package. Okay, so while that's doing that, I shall once again say thank you everyone for watching the stream. It is great having you here, and we will continue to plow ahead with this to try and get the demo build out before PitCon. I can't remember what day we're leaving. I think it's Friday, so basically a week from tomorrow, and really need to push ahead and get this thing done. But yeah, we shall see. So have a good one, everyone, and I shall see you on Sunday's stream. Bye for now. If I can find Obs. Where's Obs gone? Oh, there it is. Try again. Bye for now.